Well, hello, stream. Hey, thanks for the follow, Salt Maven. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great day. I forget which one it is, but like one of those monsters has a specific cultural association, and I think it might be Wendigo. So like, can you just use a Yeti? Because that one I'm pretty sure is a lot less involved in that fashion. Thanks for the follow, Cody Bookworm. Welcome to my channel, VlogaNovel. Welcome to my show, VlogaNovel, on my channel, VlogaNovel, where I vlog novels. This is the show where I promised that I was going to do this for every follow. Thank you for the follow, Cody Bookworm. I'm Garrett Robinson. This is my show, VlogaNovel, on my channel, VlogaNovel, where I vlog novels. This is the show where I live create books from beginning to end, everything from the outlining process to writing the first draft, editing, formatting for publication, and making the book available for sale online. And today, we are editing Hellskin, Episode 5. And I have a son.
Can I help?
Can you help my editing? You can sit on my lap.
Help that. What's that?
You can sit on my lap. Opa! Is that funny? Yeah, I'd go with Yeti, Bodegazilla.
Hello. Okay. I should do this. That is fun.
Watch out.
That's you jumping up and down. $25?
What? What are you talking about?
Wait up there.
Oh, those are people who gave me money.
Yay! They're giving you money.
Yeah, they're very nice.
How much money?
Well, it says right there. Bodegazilla, who's watching right now, he did 3 right there. That's the last one.
Well, I saw somebody give you $75.
That's right.
$3. $3. Jenny doesn't want totally different beasts, but I think you make a good point. What part are you on?
This part.
Good job, Daddy. $10, $5, $3. That's giving you a lot of dollars.
Woo! Whiz, bang!
For the little guy talk like Elmo.
Bodegazilla. Oh, boy. All right. So guess what I have to do now, Des?
What?
He gave me $5 for me to talk like Elmo for 5 minutes.
Okay, do it.
Yep, I have to now. Hi, Desmond! I'm so happy you're walking with Elmo today! You're Elmo's favorite youngest son!
Was that 5 minutes?
No, that wasn't 5 minutes. You have to talk too. You have to ask me questions.
What is your favorite food?
Elmo's favorite food is a grilled cheese sandwich.
What's your favorite animal?
Elmo's favorite animal is a hamster.
No. Elmo's favorite animal is a goldfish, like Dorothy. Say hi, Dorothy.
Hi, Dorothy.
Elmo was talking to Dorothy.
Where do you live?
Elmo live at home.
Where is your home?
Well, here. You're in Elmo's home, silly.
Oh, I thought it was in my home.
This is your home. You live with Elmo.
Do you? What should I? What's your favorite kind of book?
Elmo's favorite book is picture books. Elmo likes to read them with his friends. Elmo likes The Princess in Black. Did you read those books? Did you read The Princess in Black?
Maybe.
Maybe. You don't know?
Yes. Has it been 5 minutes?
No, you got 1 minute left. One and a
I
half.
wanted you to talk to Emma when I asked the question.
What question?
Oh! Oh no, you have 1.5 minutes left. Then Elmo has to go.
I love you, Elmo.
Oh, Elmo loves you too.
You have a very good voice.
No, Elmo can't talk as high as Elmo normally does. Like, when you see Elmo on TV, Elmo's voice is usually much higher than this.
What don't I like about...
What doesn't Elmo like about the sentence? There's something about it that's bad.
I don't know.
Well, we'll get rid of that. I'm gonna get rid of that comma for sure.
Did work.
Thank you. Elmo loves writing books.
All right, that's 5 minutes.
No. Can you do it anyway?
No.
No. 3 minutes. How much more minutes? How much more minutes?
I'm working for 3.5 more minutes, and then I take a 5-minute break.
No. Look.
Bud, you can't distract me. You can't distract me. Come on, if you're going to hang out with me.
3.5.
Hey, Des, you can't distract me if you're going to be here.
love Elmo.
Elmo loves you.
Now I'm gonna get off your what?
Love you, buddy.
Love you.
Hey, 5-minute break time. Let's arrange some more books. Hey, sweetie, what's up?
So I was so busy on catching up on the early stuff, I forgot to do last week's stuff, so I checked it out, and all of my assignments were turned in, which doesn't make sense.
I don't know what to tell you. If you have to do them, if you still have to do them, then you still have to do them. Ask Mom to email your teacher, maybe?
Yeah, Mom's on a phone call.
Okay, talk to her about it as soon as she's off. Alright, we got a 2013 book. Okay, this one's 2015. We're talking and I'm what was I doing in 2013? I was just starting to write. That was the first year I really started publishing. 2014. Again. That'll be 2014, so that means this should be 2013. Yep, 13. So that'll definitely be here. Good. Can I help you?
1% of me doesn't want to go to Delphi because last time I went there, I got stung by a bee.
Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with the fact that it's Delphi. You silly butt.
And I usually go there on gym class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that book is an 1875 copyright. That's probably my oldest book. Well, sorry, that's probably not my oldest book. It's probably one of the older books, though. Oh. Never mind. It's not even the oldest one that I've sorted. Would you look at that? Destinations. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-dum, ba-bum, bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. We're talking in our sleep with our lives. Hmm. 1908. Okay, so. Oops. One second, Pomodoro timer. I'm coming. It's somewhere in the menu. I don't remember. What is it? In the menus, it's edit, transformations, convert quotes to smart quotes.
Dad,
Yeah.
can you talk like...
No, I cannot.
Why?
Des, come on, dude. I can't have you coming in here and bugging me. If you need something, I can help you.
Are we done with a bite?
Yeah, when I'm done with work for the day.
Hey, Daddy.
Hey.
Whoa. Can I borrow your screwdriver?
No. You have already asked me this.
Can you do it after writing hour?
No. I can do it at the end of my workday.
I'm gonna go biking.
Awesome. Have fun. Jesus Christ, my phone today. I'm going to start blocking numbers. They're all unrecognized numbers, and they don't leave voicemails. I actually should just be blocking them. But like 5 calls today. Ugh. All right, 5-minute break. Son of a bitch. All right. When did this come out? 86. I didn't know Watchmen came out the year I was born. We're not stories, we're not factors, we're awake in control. With the rest of my break, I am getting myself fubber. Be right back. Alrighty, let's try this again. Predetermined fate, a weakened down. Or maybe where we both without an end. And that story without reference. This is not a dream.
I have come for the mail keys, for I am the master of the mail.
Awesome. Can you hang it up on the rack when you get back?
Sure. I know where your straw is now.
Good. Hey, Erica. Hey. More bookshelf sorting. Oh, hey. This is a book called Home is Where the Start Is by an author named Eric Ugland. Home is where the start is. Chapter 1. I wish I hadn't been sucking cock when my mother died, but I was. That's why I stopped to read it, Erica, because I'm well familiar with this first line of this book. I'm not sure if it makes it any better, but the dick paid me a lot to do it. A lot. Uh, Ooh, Blade of the Immortal. This is one of my favorite manga of all time. Actually, I will say this is my favorite manga of all time. I'm not super experienced with the manga, but copyright 96. Okay. 96. 96. Ways back. Year 96. 96. Samora, 96. 7 rolling. Okay. So you go here. And we move everything down a bit. We're not stories, we're not actors. We can make control. And this is not a dream. Alrighty. Hey, we finished another shelf. Yeah, I sorted home is where the start is, and I had to read the first line, first paragraph. Because that's what you do with that book. You got to read the first paragraph. Ah, you can always catch it on YouTube later, buddy. I did not, Erica. That's cruel.
Home is where the start is. Chapter 1. Elmo wished Elmo hadn't been sucking cock when Elmo's mother died, but Elmo was. Elmo not sure if it make it any better, but the dick paid Elmo a lot to do it. A lot.
Oh, silly Elmo. You changed the opening of Home is Where the Start Is? This is one of my favorite exchanges. What in the dark below are you two doing? Whispered Yue. Shh! I hissed in the dark. We're signing. Do you not know sign? Yue grimaced. I do, but I have not practiced. I put a hand over her mouth. Please, please be silent. Just follow along as best you can. I turned back to Mag. The camp is like most camps, I signed. I think the officers will be in that cluster of tents near the other end, past the rows of soldiers' tents. Yue signed haltingly. Past the sword tents? I blew an exasperated breath out my nose. Soldiers' tents, I signed again, emphasizing the motions. Recognition dawned in her eyes. I am hungry, she signed confidently, though I believe she meant I understand. Boy, messing up my pronouns all over the place. But Yes.
I went so fast on my bike. I went to a bump and then did 3 more bumps.
Whoa, that's so
First
cool.
I was like,
That's awesome, dude. You rock.
What time is it?
There's a gigantic clock downstairs and one on your computer.
My computer's off.
He did not go 88 miles per hour. Great Scott! Y'all, we might finish episode 5 today. This is crazy. We're rocking it. It's so much better when I'm under word count. I can't believe it. Oh, shit. Like, we're just doing so good. You're upside down now. What is that from again? I can't remember. We determined fate. Gotta love when you write a phrase like, she drank in the warm, cool air. Get out. Oh, 15-minute break now. I guess I have been going for 4 Pomodoros. That's cool. Hey, Swiftness Author, what's up? Yeah, we get a big break now. Ugh. I'm gonna go grab a beer real quick and then I will be right back. Okay. More bookshelf sorting. Really wish my webcam had like a rotate feature, but it does not. The Emerald City of Oz! 1908. Very well. And you, iRobot, what of you? 1950 is sensible. Predetermined fate, no weekend. Or maybe we're a book without an end. In control, this is a dream. A revolution overdue. Fight the current of the ripple, get away. Are we not good enough? Are we not brave enough? Is the violence of our nature? Huh. I haven't even finished sorting yet, but it is funny that you can see the timeline going along, and then you can see Twilight show up, and then you just see a lot more YA making its way into the selection. I mean, it makes sense. $85 for Huck Finn. So the oldest book I have, not the actual age of the book, but the oldest text, is a collection of Hans Christian Andersen fairy tales. After that, so far, I'm still sorting, but after that it's The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, Huck Finn, the Wizard of Oz books. Then we start getting into early 20th century sci-fi, some early 20th century adventure novels. Some cool stuff on this shelf. And then we have this. So that should be what? Year 2015 Bode. 16, so that's Lee. That's Rowling. I'll be here. Harry Potter and the Search for More Money Indeed. $2010. Okay, so that should be right around here. $2012. Okay, too late. Destinations. We're on the right shelves, approximately. We're talking in our sleep. Dream on. 2011. $20.10. Okay. That's Sanderson, so you do indeed go right here, which means we gotta move another couple books. Nice. How do you like your chair? It's not bad. It's not wonderful. I don't feel like I've really found my chair yet. (2015) Roseland Series 1 complete by an author named Eric Ugland. I feel like I want to read you the first paragraph of this book. No, I'm kidding. All right, I mean, you literally asked for it. Roseland, Series 1 complete. Chapter 1. I wish I hadn't been sucking cock when my mother died, but I was. I'm not sure if it makes it any better, but the dick paid me a lot to do it. A lot. Tolkien's World from A to Z, the complete guide to Middle Earth. I've literally never looked in this thing. I feel like somebody gave it to me a long time ago, thinking, oh, this is the sort of thing Garrett likes. They're right. But, I mean, let's be fucking honest. I don't need this thing. '71. 72, getting close. '65, we got it. Tolkien's World from A to Z, the complete guide to Middle Earth. All right. The 12 Children of Paris, Tim Willix. This was a gift from Kristen or my dad. I have a feeling it was my dad. '13 might have been Kristen. It's a bit recent. Could be from my dad, but I have a feeling it's Kristen. '14. '14. 2013. Willix goes after Wendig. Boom. Ooh. I Am Legend. Oh, no, I'm a firm believer in dog ears. This is my book. I'm allowed to do with it what I want. Okay, 1954? 1954. '54. Oh, no, '53. My B. That's probably the spot then. That book, definitely a gift from my father. This one, I believe, also from Kristen when she moved. '64 and '54. Yeah, there we go. Oops, other way. Okay. And now it is work time. They're by year, and then within the year, they're organized by author. Because I can't find the exact publication date within the book, of course. bum 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 ba-da-ba-ba. Destination. Hi, sweetie. Say hi to stream.
Hi, stream. Hey, I love you.
I love you. What's up?
The kids, it's 4 o'clock, so the kids are gonna start asking you to let them on their computer.
Not until Luke cleans his room. He's got Legos all over the place.
Yay! Okay, I
Okay.
love you.
Love you. Bye.
Hey, Don. Yeah. I think our rooms have to be clean. I'll help you clean yours if you help me with mine. Please.
No, I'm gonna do my own. And so are you.
Are you working in Word, Erica? That sucks. Good job. Okay. Destinations. Righty. Oh, look. Where are we at so far today? Almost 5 hours. And almost 3,000 words. By the way, I forgot to mention this. But yesterday we passed 100 work hours for May. By far the highest ever. I might have mentioned that yesterday.
Dad,
Hmm.
can you do my password now?
Yeah. Well, you did a great job. Can I help you?
Could I trouble you for my password?
Oh, yeah.
It feels so hot in here.
It is so hot in here. It's ridiculous.
Don't you have any air vents? We could turn on the air conditioning.
I do not. We do not have central air in this house.
Huh. You should buy a fan for this room.
Yeah. 1940. 1940. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Sorry.
Okay. $50, so you go right. Her. All right. Be right back, stream. All right. I'm going to have to close this, aren't I? Come on. Open up, you dirty son of a bitch. Did I hit the wrong button? I might have hit the wrong button. One last check. Yeah. Come on. What the hell? There we go. Hellskin, Episode 5. Copyright 2020 by Legacy Books. All rights reserved. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons living or dead, businesses, events, or locales is purely coincidental. Reproduction in whole or part of this publication without express written consent is strictly prohibited. Jeff! This is an incomplete manuscript. This is one part of the novel Hellskin by Garrett Robinson. This is an early draft of the work, shared only with Garrett's supporters on Patreon. Chapter 24. Kaita collapsed against the rock wall of the cavern, her whole body heaving in deep shaking breaths. All around her, the other shades were doing the same, seizing their chance to rest after their desperate flight from Kuhn's attack. When Kaita had told Tagada of the tunnel, the Shadeborn had asked for volunteers to serve as a rear guard, allowing the rest to escape. So many shades had volunteered that in the end, Tagada had been forced to choose 30 of them, and the heartbreak it caused her was still plain on her face. Kaita had guided them all to the tunnel entrance, and they had pushed their way in as quickly as they could. She did not know it, but she had gotten them all beneath the ground mere moments before Zhen's flanking company had come charging around the hills to the east. Hello?
Hi.
Hi, what's up?
It's doing that weird thing again.
I don't know what that means.
It's not letting me go into Chrome or Roblox or anything like that.
Okay, well, last time you told me it was doing that, it wasn't doing anything. So you're going to need to get Mom's help or something.
Mom said to get you.
Okay, I can't do it right now.
Um,
Go read a book or draw or something. Kaita had guided them all to the tunnel entrance, and they had pushed their way in as quickly as they could. She did not know it, but she had gotten them all beneath the ground mere moments before Zhen's flanking company had come charging around the hills to the east. Filled with urgency and battle fury, Zhen missed spotting the Shade's tracks as they led to the tunnel entrance and disappeared, and then his troops had trampled over them, obscuring any hint of how they had seemed to vanish into thin air. The tunnel went on beneath the hill for a long way, plunging deep into the earth before leading to a massive cavern. The shades had lit torches, but the ceiling was so high their light did not reach it. Stalagmites thrust up from the ground everywhere, like a vampire's twisted, pitted rows of fangs, but the space was dry and hidden and surprisingly warm compared to winter's chill outside. Just over 100 shades remained of the 200s that had originally marched west with Tagada for the Sunmane Pass, and there were 300s of their foes outside, searching for them and ready to cut them down. Kaita looked over to where Tagada stood. And there were nearly 400s of their foes outside, searching for them and ready to cut them down. Kaita looked over to where Tagada stood. The Shadeborn seemed indefatigable. She had not fallen to the floor gasping like her siblings. She stood solid in their midst, head bowed in mourning. Kaita knew her well, and she knew that Tagada blamed herself for every soldier who had fallen on this long trek. The Lord had foretold the outcome, and he held her blameless for it, but that did not matter to Tagada. Slowly, Kaita forced herself to her feet and went to the Shadeborn's side, placing a hand on her arm, which burned like an oven. Tagada, said Kaita quietly. You saved everyone you could. Not enough of them, said Tagada. She lifted her head at last, still avoiding Kaita's gaze, and took a deep breath. But now we must look forwards. Help me see to everyone's arrangements. I want fires if we can find the fuel. None of us should have to sit in the dark alone with our thoughts. I think I should scout the cave, said Kaita. We do not have endless supplies. We have to find a way out of here, and I doubt we will be able to leave the same way we came in. The Red Cloaks will likely make camp in the same dell where they... She bit off the words. Tagada's expression darkened. Where they slaughtered our people, she rumbled. Yes, said Kaita, but I will help you avenge them. I swear it. Let me take my mountain lion form and search for a way out, and then we can plan our retaliation. The Lord told you this place was an escape. There must be a way. Tagada gave her a small smile. Whoever thought you would be the one coaxing me to have faith in our father? But you are right, of course. Go then, dear one. I will care for our kindred. They shared a brief embrace, and then a glow filled Kaita's eyes as she took her mountain lion form. Instantly the cave seemed to fill with light in her vision, the sparse torches letting her see almost as well as if it were day. Kaita remained standing there by Tagata for a moment, drinking in the warm air, her nose filled with the scents of the shades behind her, and 1,000 other smells as well. Long stale dung from animals who had passed through, and fresher deposits from the bats and other crawling things on the walls and ceiling. There was no hint of any large animals having been here recently, which was a relief. Soon there was nothing more to be learned without setting off to explore. She rubbed her massive lion's head against Tagata's waist and... Massive. She rubbed her... Yeah. She rubbed her lion head against Tagata's waist and received a gentle caress along the throat. Then she went loping off into the darkness. She could see 3 tunnels that broke off from the main cavern, other than the one they had entered through. Picking the first one to her right, she ran down it, eyes and nose open. The passage twisted this way and that, sometimes dropping sharply down, sometimes rising so steeply that she had to climb, her claws digging into the limestone of the walls. For a half hour... What? Leon. For a half hour she crept carefully along the passage, her hopes high. The tunnel did not dive deeper into the earth, which was a good sign. If it did not finish in a dead end, then there was a good chance Tagata would find an exit. And then, slowly, several strong scents began to creep into her nose. The first was fresh air, thick with snow, and her heart leaped. But then she smelled other things, wood, but with an acrid and bitter undertone. That would be the pycnandra trees. And she smelled people, a great many of them, and their horses and wagons and goods of all sorts. It was Kuhn's force. Kaita had little sense of direction beneath the earth, but this tunnel must have looped around to the southwest and emerged into another hidden place in the hills, right beside where Kuhn and his army had made camp. Leonine! Kaita growled in the darkness, and the sound rumbled thick in her chest. Lion chest! She got a big, thick lion chest! This tunnel was useless for escape unless the mystics eventually left, in which case the shades could more easily leave through the first passage they had found. Discouraged, she trotted the long path back to the other shades in the large main cavern. By the time she reached them, they had set up their camp, tents all in neat rows just as they had done above ground. Kaita came trotting up to Tagata and resumed her human form. That tunnel is no use, she said, pointing south. It leads straight to our enemies, just like the first. At least they have not discovered its entrance, or not that I could smell. In dark circumstances, small blessings must be cherished all the more, said Tagata. Thank you, Kaita. I will go explore the others. She turned to go. I will go explore the other passages. She turned to go, but Tagata held up a hand. Wait, she said, you should rest. The others tell me you were wakeful through much of the night, and you have run far and overused your magic since before dawn. I'm fine, said Kaita, shaking her head. I'll rest once I find us a way out of this mess. Eat some food, at least, said Tagata. You cannot tell me you are not hungry. She smiled as Kaita's stomach suddenly rumbled aloud. Maybe just a bite would be good, said Kaita reluctantly. Tagata chuckled and ushered her over to one of the noisome campfires the shades had built. Only 2, for they had had to make them. They had had to make them out of dry dung, and there was precious little of that to be found. Kaita sat, feeling her body scream in relief after all its exertions so far that day, and they began to tuck into a little meal together, gathered with their fellows in the darkness. How cute. Chapter 25. Back on the surface, Mag and I had reconvened with Dryleaf and Yue in the wake of the battle. Kuhn ordered our camp moved from the Green Frost into the hills where the battle had taken place. The move took somewhat longer than it should have, since we were all weary with the day's battle. Too many battles. Back on the surface, Mag and I had reconvened with Dryleaf and Yue in the wake of the fighting. Kuhn ordered our camp moved from the Green Frost into the hills. The move took somewhat longer than it should have, since we were all weary with the day's battle, but Kuhn felt it important to consolidate our presence in the hills, at least until we determined where the shades had disappeared to. Now it was close to midday, and we were eating a meal around our campfire, just as Kaita was in the earth below us, though of course we did not know it. I could see the deep dissatisfaction in Mag's expression. Her mind lingered on the shades. It was a beautiful day around us, sunlight filtering through the gray clouds to shine from the snowy hills, but her mood was ugly and she spoke little, only giving brief answers when we tried to broach conversation. "Where did they all go?" she muttered after a time, placing her bowl on the ground. It was not even half eaten. "They cannot be far, Mag," I said gently. "There is nowhere around here to hide for long. We will find them. And in the meantime, there's plenty to do," said Yue. "We have wounded to see to and troops who need our guidance." But she sounded disgruntled, and she poked savagely at the logs of our fire with a long stick. "All of that is well and good if it helps us find Kaita and Ender," said Mag, "yet now I feel it is all just a delay. I'm reading the wrong screen. She has evaded us before, and now it seems she has done it again, but this time brought a whole army into the shadows with her." Dryleaf's hand rested on Oku's head, scratching him behind the ears. Oku sat patiently enjoying it, but his gaze was riveted on Mag's abandoned food bowl. "You fear losing her forever," said the old man, "but I do not think that is how your hunt will end. One day you will have the confrontation you desire, even if it is not here in these hills." Mag's fist clenched. "No," she said, "it will be here. It must be." "Mag, come now," I said. "Why is it so important that—" "Because I am tired, Alvern," said Mag. Her voice cracked, and I froze to hear it. "I'm tired of having her dangled in front of my face, luring me along like a horse. I'm tired of wandering endlessly across the 9 lands. I want this to be over, now. I'm tired of—" She turned away, looking towards the center of camp. "Mag," I said slowly, I do not know what comes next," she said, almost whispering. "I have no plan for it, but I want one. I've been trying to think of it, trying to picture it. I cannot. It is as though my road ends with Kaita, vanishing at her feet. It makes my life feel so small, and I'm tired of that, too. I want an after." Suddenly she stood. "And I'm going to have one." "Mag," I said sharply. Yue and I scrambled to our feet as she stalked off. I helped Dryleaf up and brought him along. "Where are you going?" "To speak to the captain," she replied. "Mag, wait," said Yue. "Why?" "I'm going to find her." "What, alone?" I said. "Mag, you're not going anywhere without us, or me at least." I gave Yue a furtive glance. "Us," she said, frowning at me. "I think she has the right of it. It would be better than sitting here on our rears." "That is the spirit," said Mag, still walking at a breakneck pace. "Mag," said Dryleaf. His voice was almost too quiet to hear, but Mag's gait hitched for a moment as though she had almost paused but forced herself on. "My dear girl, take care that you do not risk too much with rash action." "I risk nothing," said Mag. "Every time I have faced her I have nearly destroyed her without taking a scratch." "Of course she cannot harm you," said Dryleaf, who was breathing heavily now at the pace of our walk. "But what about everyone else?" At last Mag stopped. She wheeled on him. "And why do you think I'm doing this?" she snapped. "What do you think this whole journey has been for? I started chasing Kaita because of what she did to my home, to my Sten. In Lanshui she killed many. In Kahwanga she started a war that killed even more. Even now that we win each battle, dozens fall every time. It seems clear that I protect no one by moving slow, by taking it carefully, by ensuring each step is safe. So I'm done with it. I'm ready for the end, and I'm sick of people standing in my way." "Mag," I said reproachfully. "Mag," I said reproachfully. I had to fight an urge to put myself between her and Dryleaf. The look on her face was so fierce. "No, my boy, it is all right," said Dryleaf. He patted my arm gently. "Strong words are of no concern to me. But I beg of you, Mag, if you truly want to know what comes after Kaita, then simply turn aside from her. I've suggested it before, though I knew you might not be ready to hear it. I think you need to hear it now. You have allies, friends. You have the good Captain Zhu and this little family that has taken you into the fold. It will not replace what you lost in Northwood, but you are wise enough to know that nothing will ever replace that. Build something new instead, for it will be no less dear simply because it is different." "Mayhap I will," said Mag, "but after. Northwood is not over, not until she lies dead at my feet." "And will that help Sten?" said Dryleaf quietly. "It has never been about Sten," said Mag. "I know that. It was always for me." And she turned and set off towards the captain's tent again. Yue followed her, and I started to do the same with Dryleaf, but he patted my hand and shook his head. "Leave me, boy. I will be of no help, and I may only anger her so that she says something foolish to Kun. I will find my way back to our fire with Oku's help." "All right," I said. "We will return as soon as we may." I ran after Mag and caught her just as she reached Kun. He was in conference with 2 and the other lieutenants, including his nephew, Zhen. The group of them all looked up at us in confusion. "Sergeant," said Tu. His expression was grim, for it was a breach of protocol to approach him directly while he was in conference with the captain. "Lieutenant Shi," said Mag. Then she turned from him to Kun. "Captain Zhu, I request permission to investigate the Shade's disappearance along with Sergeants Telfer and Baolon." "Sergeant," said Tu, speaking sharply now, "that is something to discuss with me first and with the captain only if I approve." "Apologies, sir," she said, nodding to him, "but time is of the essence. Hours have passed since we saw them. Wherever they are now, we can be certain they are moving farther away. If we do not find the trail, we may lose them." Kuhn had looked upon her all the while with a slightly surprised smile on his face. Now he cocked his head. "We are well aware of the situation, Sergeant," he said. "Your offer is appreciated, but unnecessary. Lieutenant Zhu will be leading the search for the Shades Trail." "You should use Albern's talents as well, sir." "Sergeant," said Tu, "return to your unit and—" "That is all right, Lieutenant," said Kuhn, raising a hand. As Tu subsided, Kuhn looked upon Mag again. "You have some personal stake in this, Sergeant, and you know how I value honesty. Tell me why this means so much to you." "The weremage killed my husband," said Mag at once. "Mag," I said, more in shock than dismay. It was no business of mine what she did with the truth, but she had withheld it almost entirely on our road so far. "She and her fellows invaded Northwood," Mag went on. "She murdered him in front of my eyes. I've been hunting her ever since. Now she is almost within my grasp, and yet I can feel her slipping away." "Killing only the weremage will accomplish little in the war for Underrealm," said Kuhn flatly. "She is an asset of the enemy, yes, and a powerful one, but only one. Meanwhile you, Sergeant Telfer, and Sergeant Baulan are three highly trained and invaluable officers in our war effort. Risking the three of you to locate our enemy is unacceptable. If you have any skilled soldiers in your squadrons, I might consider sending them, if you propose it to your lieutenant first." "Captain," said Mag. "No, Sergeant," barked Tu, stepping in front of the captain. "You have pushed things quite far enough already. Your captain has given you a command, and he has even deigned to explain his reasoning behind it, which you are not owed. Turn and march back to your unit now, or you will face discipline." I had never seen the lieutenant so angry. Mag looked as if she wanted to argue more, but she subsided. Captain Kuhn's expression was firm, but I saw pity in his eyes. It seemed he believed Mag, yet he was unwilling to let her have free rein to pursue her wishes. And if I'm being honest, I agreed with him. An army is nothing if it lacks unity, and soldiers cannot be running off to settle personal vendettas. Gently I put a hand on Mag's arm. "Come, Mag," I said quietly. She turned without looking at me and stalked back to the tents. I waited a moment more, bowing my head to Tu. "Apologies, Lieutenant. It happened very quickly." His nostrils flared, but he did give me a brief, sharp nod. I took that as the best sign I was going to get, and together with Yue, I followed Mag back to our tents at the heads of our squadrons. "How did it go?" said Dryleaf quietly. "The captain said no," I answered him. "And is that the end of it?" said Dryleaf. "Not on your life," said Mag. "I still say Mag is right," said Yue. "The captain says we are valuable. Well, what good is value if it is not used? Yet if he sends us out and we do not return—" "Yet if he sends us out alone and we do not return, we are worth nothing," I countered. "I understand you both, but I understand the captain as well, and you must try to do the same. Yue, you have never been in an army before. There is a certain way of doing things." "Mag has been in an army before," said Yue, pointing to her. My expression darkened. "Yes, and you should have known better, Mag." "I left a mercenary life for a reason," said Mag. "I want to go after her, Albern, and I need you to come with me." "What?" I said. "You already asked the captain, and since when do we care what others tell us?" said Mag. She nodded at Yue. "Yue was a constable who tried to tell us what to do in Lan Shui. We disobeyed and we saved the town, and now even she agrees with me." "I do," said Yue. "We have all lost soldiers. We owe a debt to their memory." Dryleaf bowed his head. "I think you were wiser in Lan Shui, Yue," he said. "You had a personal stake then as well, but you knew your duty as a constable, and you balanced the two desires. Yet if I had had my way, Lan Shui would now be empty of everything but vampires and corpses," said Yue. She pointed at Mag and I. "Everyone lived only because they disobeyed me. That was something else I had much time to think of while I healed from my injuries." "And is that why you cast aside your red leather armor?" said Dryleaf sadly. "Oh, Yue." Mag, meanwhile, was looking at me. "If you worry about us shirking our duty, we do not have to. We are mercenaries. Let us resign." "We vowed to see this campaign through," I said. "Kuhn would brand us as deserters and outlaws. He would have no choice. Imagine if everyone in his force thought they could simply turn tail for home after a bad day. If we wish to leave when we return to Taitu or reach another city for resupply, that is one thing. But we cannot abandon our contract out here in the wilderness when another battle could be just around the corner." I do not mind admitting that Mag was frightening me. I knew she was angry. I could practically feel the fury emanating from her, but she did not yell, nor did she even scowl. It was like she was barely restraining her rage just beneath the surface, determined to appear calm. It gave me the uncomfortable feeling of facing her battle trance from the other side of her spear. Very well, said Mag. If we cannot break a sharp end. Very well, said Mag. If we cannot break contract, I am afraid we must disobey orders. I mean to seek the Shade's trail the moment the sun is down, which should be early. I am with you, said Yue at once. I struggled for words, searching for some way to make them see the foolishness of their actions. Floundering, I turned to Dryleaf, who still sat motionless by the fire. Dryleaf? I said weakly, but he only shook his head. I'm sorry, my boy. I have said all I think could be useful. You all know I think this is madness. If that does not sway you, nothing else I could say will do so. Mag put a hand on my shoulder, gripping it firmly. Albert, in Northwood we promised each other, together until the end, until Sten was avenged. In Lanchui we said it again. Are you still with me? Are you with me? I said. Why must your way be the only one? Because my way leads to Kaita, said Mag. You would have us sit here and wait, and that is nothing either of us promised. I have lost battles in which many of my friends died, and I have borne the bitter sting of watching my commander surrender to an enemy in the middle of a corpse-littered battlefield. But rarely have I ever felt so defeated as I did in that moment. All right, Mag, I said quietly. I made my pledge. If you're going, and if I cannot say anything to sway you, then yes, I am by your side until the end of the road. A beautiful smile splashed over her features, over her face, suddenly, as if it had been thrown there. She released a sigh. And I realized how afraid she had been that I would refuse her, but that was never a possibility, really. Good, she said. Then our course is set. Tonight, the moment the sun is set. Tonight, the moment the sun has gone down. The moons are full, and their light should be good for wandering. Dryleaf's eyes closed, and a tear leaked from the corner of his eye. Dryleaf's eyes closed, and a tear leaked from them to plunge into his long beard. Hey, perfect timing. No shit. 2019. I believe we have a new, most recent book. Yep. Hey, hey. Oh. 75. Three. 78. 40. Are you also 40? I think you were, right? Yeah. Wow. It's 2 really good books in 1 year. Hot damn. $72. You were 72, weren't you? No, you were. You were 73. That evening, Kuhn sat inside his tent at one of his small desks. A letter was in his hand, a report to the Mystic Chancellor of Northeastern Dorsey, relating Kuhn's activities in the region so far. But his hand had long ago stilled to quill, and his eyes stared at nothing. He wore his usual smile, but he was absent-minded. Suddenly he turned to the door of his tent and called out, "Bring me Lieutenant Shi." The decision made as Quill sped across the letter again. By the time Tu arrived to speak with him, Kuhn had finished. He sealed the letter and handed it to the same messenger who stepped into the tent to present Tu. "Lieutenant Shi," said Kuhn brightly. "Please sit." "Captain," said Tu, taking the seat opposite. "Thank you." "Of course. We all spent enough time on our feet today." Kuhn's smile widened. "I've been thinking of your sergeant's little outburst this morning." Tu's face darkened. "Sir, I spoke with them immediately after our council. Mag's squadron was assigned to latrine duty for the next 3 days, and I gave Albert and Yue strict warnings about..." Kuhn cut him off with a raised hand. "All appropriate reactions, Lieutenant, but I find myself thinking of Mag and her purpose for being here. Purpose drives us, Lieutenant. None take the cloak and badge but have a purpose to protect the 9 kingdoms, or none should, at any rate." None take the red and rods but have a purpose to protect the 9 kingdoms, or none should, at any rate. Some soldiers in this force have joined just for the coin, but most are here because they love Dorsey, and that purpose is what makes them invaluable to us. Tu ducked his head. "Of course, sir. But forgive me, why do you tell me all this?" A long moment passed in silence, then Kuhn sighed. "I mean to let your sergeants go hunting for the shades. Of all the things Tu expected to hear, that was not among them." "Sir?" "I mean it," said Kuhn. "Sergeant Telfer is an excellent tracker. Zen is better, but not by much, as he told me himself. And if Albern should manage to locate the shades, he may need Mag's help. She was right. Jen is already out there seeking the enemy. Better to double our chances." Two's jaw kept clenching and releasing. But if he harbored any doubts, he kept them to himself. After all, it would hardly be becoming to argue with his captain after he had just disciplined the rest of us for insubordination. Very good, sir, he said. Shall I give them their orders in the morning? You'd better do it now, said Kuhn, glancing at the tent flap. Night has fallen. They will want to leave first thing in the morning, and so they will want to turn in as early as possible. In fact, I believe the three of them have already gone to bed, said Two. I will tell them now in any case, even if I have to wake them, so they can prepare whatever they will need. Thank you, sir. He stood from the table, saluted, and left. Kuhn watched him go, still smiling. He pinched the bridge of his nose and pushed back, rubbing at his eyes, the smile never fading. But it vanished when Two came running back to his tent only moments later. Dun dun dun. Chapter 26. Ugh, said Sun. You mean he caught you? I'm afraid so, said Albern. Well, caught is not quite the right word, but you will see what I mean a bit later in the story. Before you tell it, though, I have a question, said Sun. Albern's brow shot for the sky. Do you indeed? Mark this moment, the first time Sun actually interrupted the story to ask about something else. You are most amusing, said Sun, no hint of a smile on her face. But the question is, in fact, about the tale. When you spoke of Mag hearing about the dragons for the first time... Did I set this back up? I did not. A shadow seemed to cloud the day, and they both shuddered until it passed. You mentioned she had no parents. Why not? Well, she must have had parents, said Albern. Everyone does, after all. But if they ever did tell her tales of dragons, those tales had long since been lost in the most shadowed depths of her mind. By the time she met Dewan and came to Shuinio. Now, I told you that Dewan was a veteran of the Dorshan King's wars. This was not, of course, King June, whose death had sparked the civil war we found ourselves in. Dewan was older. She had served June's father, Wolin of the family Fae, and had served him with honor. But when Dewan came back from the war, she had many scars, and not all of them were on the outside. I'm sure you know of veterans who suffer from maladies of the mind. Sometimes Dewan would find herself growing anxious when there was no reason to be, breaking out in cold sweats and jerking at the smallest sound. It would come and go in waves, like a fever that resurges after starting to break. This might have been why Dewan knew the signs of Mag's distress when she first told her of dragons. She knew how unreasoning terror can be, and how small and weak Mag must have felt before the image of those terrible creatures painted in her mind. Thoughts are but wisps and gossamer to most people, but to some they hold a terrifying power, and sadly that power is usually wielded most harshly against those who should be in control of them. The townsfolk in Shuinio understood this, as do most in the Nine Kingdoms. They would leave Dewan alone if that was what she required, or stay with her and hold her hand through her tremors if she asked them to. But most of the time, when Dewan's attacks would grow too much to bear, she would take a long stick and go walking through the woods. That forest was called the Brackenbough, as I have mentioned before, and it was peaceful. Beneath the trees, with birds singing and only the sound of her own footsteps to accompany her, Dewan would find peace again. Her body would gradually calm, her shakes ceasing, and her breath coming free and easy. But one day the woods were not so peaceful. One day, just as Dewan had sorted herself out, she heard something moving in the underbrush close by. Dewan's pulse raced again, but this time it was under control. She gripped her walking stick in both hands, holding it before her in readiness. The sound came once more. The creature was coming closer. Grimacing at the walking stick in her hands, Dewan hoped it was not a bear, but it sounded too small for that. Then a worse thought crossed her mind. It might be a cub, and the mother could be close. Dewan was just about to turn tail and run for town, hoping she could outdistance the thing when she spotted the face. It was in a low bush barely 2 paces away and staring at her. It was so streaked with dirt and grime that Dewan had missed it at first. But it was a girl. But it was a girl. She had wild, ratty hair filled with dirt and sticks and who knew what else. Dewan knelt at once. She held out a hand, moving it ever so slowly and speaking in a gentle, coaxing tone. "Well, hello there," she said. "I'm sorry if I startled you. Can you come out?" Huge eyes blinked at her from that dirt-covered face. Ever so slowly, the girl pushed out from the bushes on either side of her. She was entirely naked, and the rest of her body was as filthy as her face. All sorts of dirt was worked into her hair and all up and down her skin, but that skin was remarkably well kept otherwise. Dewan saw no signs of injury upon her, not even a scratch, but in her hand she held a sharpened stick that she clearly used as a weapon. Old blood stained the tip, and it looked as if there were many more coats beneath it. "Hello," said Dewan again. "I'm Dewan." Those great brown eyes blinked. "Dewan." The girl's voice was halting, but loud, strong. "Yes," said Dewan. She was still kneeling, and now she settled back on her haunches while placing a hand to her chest. "I am Dewan. And you?" The girl pointed at Dewan's hand on her chest. "You." "Me," said Dewan, and then she pointed at the girl. "And you." Again the hand on her own chest, and then pointing to the girl. "I am Dewan. And you?" The girl blinked twice more. Then she pointed at Dewan. "You. Dewan. I." She placed a hand on her chest. Sudden clear certainty came into her eyes. "Mag. I am Mag." "Dark take you to its depths, and dark take me for a fool for believing in you," bellowed Sun. Alburn looked entirely alarmed, and he glanced nervously at the crowd surrounding them on the street. Fortunately, no one seemed to have paid much attention to Sun's outburst, for the bustle of 1,000 conversations did much to drown her out. "I'm sorry," said Alburn. "You should be," said Sun. "All this time I thought you were leading me somewhere with all this talk about Mag's peerless fighting." "You did? I thought you were going to explain it. You made it seem as if one day you were going to tell me how Mag learned to fight." "I did." "You did, and you know it," growled Sun. "You gave me hope, and now I find that you are not going to tell me anything about it at all." "Am I not?" Sun reached up and pinched his nose, much to Alburn's very evident shock. "Stop answering my questions with more questions." "Am I? Or, that is, I will try." Alburn's voice came out thin and nasally through her fingers. Sun released him. In truth, she was not all that angry, and she was quite enjoying his reaction to her sudden outburst. It almost made it possible to forget about her family for a moment, though she did have one uncomfortable thought that it might have been best not to be so loud about it. "Alburn," she said, letting a whine come into her tone, "you cannot be serious about this. Are you trying to tell me that Mag walked out of the woods as a mysterious little child, already knowing perfectly how to fight, and without a scratch on her under all that dirt? Is this your idea of the brilliant tale of the murky past of one of Underrealm's greatest figures? Because I must tell you that it is horrible. I have not felt so cheated since my tutor first taught me how to gamble and proceeded to steal my allowance for 3 months straight." That made Alburn chuckle. He fixed her with an appraising look. "That is a problem only a child of nobility could have. But as for your other question..." That made Alburn chuckle. "That is a problem only a child of nobility could have." He fixed her with an appraising look. "But as for your other question, Son, what would you like me to say? I'm relaying a tale. Would you like me to tell the story of what happened as best I know it, or should I make something up? Mayhap you would prefer a tale in which Mag set out to sail the eldest deep, battling all of the dark creatures of those terrifying waters, until she found a sea witch who imparted upon her the secrets that allowed her to become an invincible fighter. That would be a fantastic story. I'm certain they would pay me a great heap of coin in any tavern where I chose to spin it. However, it does not happen to be the truth. So, which story would you rather hear?" Sun folded her arms as they walked, staring at her wrists in a pout. "That is an entirely unsatisfactory explanation." Alburn smirked. "Well, I shall endeavor to do better in the future." "Just get back to your ill-fated scouting expedition in the night," said Sun, waving a hand at him. "I do not want to hear anything more about impossibly perfect children coming from nowhere." Alburn's mouth twisted. He may not feel the same way by the end of the tale. Chapter 27. In any case, as night drew on and the moons rose higher in the sky, Mag, Yue, and I slipped out of Kuhn's encampment, searching for any clue as to how the shades had escaped. We left Oku with Dryleaf, both to comfort the old man and in case we should encounter any danger. But for the moment it seemed like a fine night. Both moons shone full in the sky above me, and as an added boon the clouds had parted, letting the land flood with silvery light. In those days that was more than enough... What? Ah. When I was that young and my eyes sharper, that was more than enough to pick out details in the land as we went. Before anything else, I went to the dell where we had wiped out the shades, or at least the rear guard who let the rest of their fellows escape. The tracks looked much the same. The only things different were the signs of Kuhn's force moving south after the battle, and one set of new tracks from Zhen, who Kuhn had assigned to search for the shades. There's nothing new, Mag, I said. I might have a chance of spotting something in the daylight, but... Albern, said Mag, come now, you have to at least try. Give me that much. I sighed. I do not know what more I can do. I can think of no way they could have vanished like this. It is like elf magic. Let us retrace our steps during the battle, then, said Mag. We came from that way. She pointed to the west. No, we came from there, I said, pointing to the hilltop where we had run when the shade archers fired at us. I said, pointing to the hilltop where the shade archers had fired at us. Honestly, Mag, sometimes you are like an infant lost in the woods. A shadow passed over her expression, but I did not notice. I had frozen in place, staring up at the hill. Albern, said Yue, what is it? That hill. That is where the shades fired at us, I said. They killed one of mine. He bore a torch. I remember, said Mag. They got 2 of mine as well. I see where the torch rolled down the hill, I said, but I do not see the torch itself. We all looked up at the spot together. There was the mark that looked like a worm. It was less clear now, for the flames were gone, but still there was a black trough dug in the white snow, and it looked for all the world like a dragon twisting as it dove to the ground, wings folded back against its body. Someone could have found it and picked it up, said Yue. Look at the boulders, I said. It should have rolled down them, but it did not. There are no burn marks, no traces of pitch on the rocks. I walked forwards, Yue and Mag trailing behind me, and as I climbed up, I discovered the same thing Kaita had seen earlier that day. The hole behind the boulders, invisible unless you were almost inside it. The trail of the rolling torch vanished into the shadows. Dark below, I said. We have them, said Mag. Yes, we do, I said. All right, let us return to Kuhn and... What? No, said Mag, looking at me as though I had gone mad. They cannot be far inside. We have to go in. Kaita could be just a span away from us at this very moment. Mag, you cannot be serious, I said. You told Kuhn you wanted to find the shade so he could point his troops at them. Was that a lie? It was not, said Mag, but Kuhn refused me. Now we have found them on our own. Let us slip in, kill Kaita, and then return. No one has to be any the wiser. Mag, I said, shaking my head, even if we can get in and find Kaita, and even if we can kill her, and neither of those are likely, what makes you think we can get back out again? I think Albern is right, Mag, said Yue, much to my surprise. I wanted to come out here as much as you did, but I wanted to find our enemy, not throw myself into the midst of them. Then let me do it, growled Mag. I can deal with Kaita easily enough, if I can only get my hands on her. Albern, listen to me. How many times have we faced Kaita on the battlefield? When she knows we are coming, or when she sees we are within striking distance, she always flees. She did it in Northwood, she did it twice in Tokana. We have to take her by surprise. If we do not, she will only escape again. Please. She did it in Northwood. She did it twice in Tokana. We have to take her by surprise. If we do not, she will only escape again. Please. I sighed. Mag did have a point. It is perilously difficult to hold a weremage in place when they wish to escape you, and if anyone could slip into the midst of our enemies, kill one of them, and escape again, it would have been Mag. But I was not certain that anyone could do it, not even the legendary Uncut Lady. When will you turn back, Mag? What if it, I said, what if it grows more dangerous? What if the alarm is raised? What if Yue or I are killed? Will you turn back then and ask for Kun's help? That will not happen, said Mag at once. I will not let anything happen to the two of you. And yes, I promise you, if the alarm is raised and our enemies know we are here, I will turn tail and flee with the both of you. A sudden smile twisted her lips. In fact, I will probably run faster than you, Albrin, for age has made you slow. I laughed despite myself, choking it back and trying to maintain a stern expression. All right, if I have your vow, I will come with you. Then it is settled, said Mag, clapping her hands. Do not worry, friends, I will lead the way. So saying, she lowered herself into the darkness behind the boulders. I heard her land lightly on the tunnel floor, and then she hissed up from the shadows for us to follow her. Yue moved to go down, but I stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. She met my eyes, squinting to see me in the moon's light. Are you sure about this? I said. Mag and I could go on alone. You could return to camp. I would feel faithless if I turned from the two of you now, said Yue, though her usual fire was missing. Besides, if I can do anything to hurt the shades who killed my soldiers, well, I consider this a worthy goal, is what I mean. Very well, I said, then I am glad you are with me. I leaned in and kissed her. Smiling, she shook her head. You are soft, Telfer, but fear not, I will harden you in time. Come on. That is a euphemism. She dove into the darkness while I flushed and tried to concentrate on finding a way to slide down that would not break something vital. When eventually I landed cat-like beside Yue, Mag had already taken a few steps down the tunnel. The moon's light vanished almost immediately, leaving us staring into total darkness beneath the earth. I have torches, I said, reaching for my pack. No, said Mag quietly. If they see us coming, they will raise the alarm for certain. We shall have to feel our way along. Yue groaned. Mag, one of us could trip, and the sound of us falling might alert them anyway. Do you honestly expect us to push forward into the darkness without a light to see by? Mag paused for a moment, thinking. I suppose if they have posted sentries, they will have torches of their own. But still, I do not want them to see us coming. If you must light a torch, stay far behind me. I will push forward in the dark. And if I see anything, I will run back to you and alert you. Fine, I said, but if you wish to sneak up on them, you have to take off your armor. Leave it here at the entrance, and we can recover it when we come back. Not quite. I can move quietly without it. I can move quietly with it on, she groused. Not quietly enough, I said. Come, Mag. Fine. She undid the straps that held her scales tight to her body and shucked them off, dumping them by the tunnel entrance with a heavy clank. Then she turned and stalked off into the darkness, one hand on the wall to her right. Soon she had completely vanished. All right, I said. Get your flint and let us have some light. In no time, Yue and I had the torch going. Once it was lit, I used it to light a second, which I gave to Yue. Together, side by side, we stepped down the tunnel after Mag. She was gone in the darkness ahead of us, and we kept our pace slow to let her have plenty of space from the glow. But it was not long at all before Mag came running up to us out of the tunnel ahead, emerging into the torchlight so suddenly that my heart jumped. We stopped short, and my hand strayed to my sword. Oh. Thank you for the follow, Mananouvrard? Mananouvrard? Sure, we're going to go with that. I am Garrett Robinson. Welcome to my show, VlogaNovel, on my channel, VlogaNovel, where I vlog novels. This is the show where I live create books from beginning to end, everything from the outlining process to writing the first draft, cover design, editing, formatting for publication, I messed this up, and making the book available for sale online. And today, we are finishing the edits on Hellskin Episode 5. I like doing this whenever I get a follow. This is fun. What is it? I said, my voice hushed. What is wrong? Nothing, she whispered. I spotted a shade guard ahead. He has a lit torch, which made him easy to see from afar. Yue and I shared a glance. Well, if there was any doubt that they went this way, that ends it, said Yue. Now what? He looks to be standing at the entrance to a larger cavern, said Mag. If we can remove him, I believe we will reach the Shade's main encampment. Then we can find and slay Kaita. I sighed. It might be easiest with an arrow, but if there are other guards within sight of the first, it may raise the alarm. That is a risk we shall have to take, said Mag. I cannot approach him undetected. For their eyes are trained for his eyes. I cannot approach him undetected, for his eyes are trained on the tunnel. And if the alarm is raised, you get your wish. We retreat to Kun. We get to retreat to Kun and the others. Hooray! I said, my expression dead. Spoil sport, she said. Now come with me and end this fool. And there's no chance I can persuade you to go tell Kun now that we know for certain the Shades are here, I said, knowing the answer already. None at all, said Mag cheerfully. All right, I said, take my torch and give me some space. She did as I asked, and I advanced into the darkness of the tunnel. Soon I saw what Mag had seen, a faint glow of torchlight reflecting from the rocky walls around me. It made my going easier, and I was able to take more care with my steps, reducing the sound of my passing to no more than a mouse's scurry. Soon I had the Shade in sight. He did indeed seem to be standing at the entrance to a much larger cavern. That had to be where the rest of the Shades were. This guard was staring down the tunnel, and it felt as if he were looking right at me. But he was foolish enough to hold his torch in his hand rather than finding some way to prop it against the wall behind him, and so his vision in the dark was almost worse than useless. I sighed and nocked an arrow. I'm almost done. The angle would be hard. I could not fire too high or I would strike the tunnel ceiling, but if I fired too low, the curve of the flight would carry the arrow into the floor instead of my foe. I drew, I sighed, and I loosed. The arrow sank perfectly into the Shade's throat. The torch fell from his hands, which flew to his neck, seizing the dart and trying in vain to staunch the sudden gout of blood. Slowly he collapsed to his knees and then to the floor. I held still for the longest moment I have ever experienced in my life. No alarm sounded. Sighing in relief, I turned and stalked back down the tunnel. Mag and Yue's faces were tense as they watched me emerge from the shadows. The door is clear and no alarm raised, I said, but we had best be quick. They have to change the guard sometime and then we will be discovered. Mag and Yue set their torches down. We could retrieve them on the way back out. We continued down the tunnel until we reached the place where the guard had stood. I could see now that his head was shaved close to the scalp, but he had a long, stringy beard. He stared up at me as I passed, his mouth slightly open. I ignored him. Okay. I need a beer refresh. We'll be right back. Oh, I heard that timer go off. All right. Final stretch here. Chapter 28. Now we could see the vast cavern beyond the tunnel. It stretched for spans in both length and width. Laid out near its center was the Shade's camp, several lines of tents clustered together with 2 campfires that I could see. There were some figures walking around, but they seemed to be either fetching food or heading off to relieve themselves in some distant corner. I saw no posted guards. Kaida must have been convinced that hiding beneath the earth would keep them safe, and that one guard at the cavern entrance would give enough warning should they happen to be discovered. I tapped both Mag and Yue on the shoulder and drew them behind a large, jutting rock formation. I began speaking to them in sign, afraid of letting out even a whisper of this place. The Shade camp was a span off, but sound carried far on the harsh, rocky surfaces all around us. What now? I signed. We need the officer's tent, sighed Mag. Kaita will be there. What in the dark below are you two doing? Whispered Yue. Shh, I hissed in the dark. We are signing. Do you not know sign? Yue grimaced. I do, but I have not practiced. I put a hand over her mouth. Please, please be silent. Please be silent. Just follow along as best you can. I turned back to Mag. The camp is like most camps, I signed. I think the officers will be in that cluster of tents near the other end, past the rows of soldiers' tents. Yue signed haltingly. Past the sword tents? I blew an exasperated breath out my nose. Soldiers' tents, I signed again, emphasizing the motions. Recognition dawned in her eyes. I am hungry, she sighed confidently, though I believe she meant I understand. Let us circle around their camp, signed Mag. I will go in. You will keep watch. If you see an enemy, fire an arrow at the ground near me. I will hear it and know to run, but they may hear it too, so only shoot if there is great danger. I did not like it, but I had no better ideas. All right, I signed. Then I reached out and gripped her shoulder. Be careful, I whispered. Remember, you promised you would run if we had to. I remember, she whispered with a smile. And then she signed, and you should not be talking out loud. All right, I signed back. Let us go. Sneaking around the camp was the easy part. The Shades were in the center of the cavern, and as we moved close to the wall to our left, we never drew closer than a span away from them. I worried over every footfall and the scuff of our limbs against protruding rocks, but I likely need not have. Even from this distance I could hear the shuffling and mutterings of the Shades, as they were much louder than any noise we were making. We did not have to go too far before reaching a good position. Mag gave us one last nod before setting off towards the camp. She left her spear with us, exchanged it for a long knife Yue wore on her belt, which Mag now affixed to her own. She left her spear with us, exchanging it for a long knife Yue wore on her belt, which Mag now affixed to her own. Silent as an elf, she crept forwards. I kept my eyes on her, holding my breath whenever she ducked between stalagmites and dips in the cave floor, and releasing it when she emerged into view again. The first tent was the easiest. It was near the edge of the camp, and the flap side pointed outwards. I was afraid Mag might move straight into it, but she was wise. She stopped 2 paces away and waited, watching and listening. No shades wandered near the tent, and Mag must not have heard any sounds from inside, for she soon crept forwards again. Like a shadow, she vanished inside. I could not actually hear it, but I could almost imagine the soft shunk of her blades sliding into the side of the shade's head, the brief sounds of struggling as she held them down while their body jerked, lapsed, and then lay still forever. Mag emerged into view again. I could see blood on her hands. I held a brief hope that Kaita had been in the tent, but it did not seem so, for Mag did not return. But at least she had killed a shade officer. That was something. Mag did not wait so long before creeping towards the other tent, and it was almost our ruin. Just as she began to approach it, there was a commotion close by. Mag threw herself to the ground. Yue and I tensed, and I knocked an arrow. From one of the rank-and-file tents 5 paces down the row, a shade emerged. She stood tall and stretched, scratched herself, and blinked hard in the light of the campfire. Then she turned and walked towards the camp's edge. Her path brought her perilously close to Mag, but she walked on the other side of the tent, and Mag remained unnoticed. Soon the shade had vanished into the darkness on the other side of the camp, but I lost sight of her. Yue and I released a long breath at the same time. Mag stirred, rose from the floor where she had flung herself, and crept forwards on all fours. The flap of the second tent rose and then fell again, and Mag was inside. This time the kill must not have been quite as clean, for I saw the tent jerk briefly, but it lasted only a moment, and then Mag came out again. I leaned forwards, hoping she would come creeping back towards us. There were only a handful of officer tents in the cluster. There were fair odds, at least, that Mag should have found Kaita in one of the first 2. But it did not seem so, as she turned and crept towards a third tent. "Dark take it," growled Yue. "This cannot last forever." But things seemed to be going well so far. Who knew but that Mag might wipe out the Shade's leadership in one fell swoop, and Kaita along with them. The only foe she would not be able to dispatch so quietly would be the brute woman, but Mag was smart enough to know that, and would not even try. She was smart enough to know that, was she not? I certainly hoped so. As Mag neared the third tent, I was just settling back on my haunches to wait, as it was growing uncomfortable sitting on the cold, hard stone of the cave. But my whole body jerked with fright as a cry suddenly went up from the opposite end of the shade camp. "Awake, awake, foes, awake!" My gaze flew to the source of the noise, but then immediately I returned it to Mag. Sky bless her, she did not hesitate, but turned and began fleeing back towards Yue and I as fast as she could, while still keeping low and hopefully out of sight of our enemies. The shade camp erupted into frenzied activity like an anthill kicked by a bored child. Blue-cloaked warriors were pouring from the from the lines of tents, drawing their weapons and looking wildly around. I took my eyes from Mag for a moment and looked for the source of the disturbance. There, at the other end of the camp, the brute woman came into view. She towered over those around her, and her shaggy mane of hair swung back and forth as she scanned the darkness. "Enemies!" she roared. "Enemies in our midst! They are murdering your officers! Find them!" "What, in the dark below?" hissed Yue. "How did she see Mag from the other side of the cave?" "I do not know," I growled, "but we have to get out of here." Mag reached us just at that moment. "I do not know how they saw me," she said. I could hear the frustration in her voice. "And I gather you did not find Kaita," I said. "No." She almost spat the word. "Well, we will have another chance, but not now. Run." We fled through the shadows, sprinting for the cave entrance. I was terrified we might find it guarded. Mayhap the Shades had discovered the slain guard, and that was how they knew we were here. But to my shock, there was no one. The slain guard lay right where we had left him. And with all the Shades rushing to the officers' tents, there was no one looking in our direction to spot us and give chase. I scooped up his fallen torch as we ran by. "I do not understand," said Mag. "Mayhap it was the weremaid," said Yue. "She could have been, Sky, I do not know, a bat or something. Mayhap she saw you and told the large one." "She would have come after us," I said, "or raised the alarm herself." "Well, then, you know more about it than I do," snapped Yue. "We have to get back to camp," said Mag. "If we tell Kun and he summons his troops quickly enough, we can still wipe them out before they have a chance to run." "Oh, now she wants to tell the captain," I said. All 3 of us could not help a bark of laughter as we sprinted through the blackness. Talking so fast, I keep inhaling my own spit. Kaita heard screams. Her head snapped up. She whirled in the darkness and went sprinting back down the tunnel towards the shade camp. All day... All day she had been exploring the passages tirelessly, but she had nothing to show for it. One of them had gone on for what felt like a league before abruptly reaching a dead end. She had not gone far down the third, the one she was still in now, but it did not seem promising. She could not smell any fresh air, and it seemed to plunge ever deeper and deeper into the earth. But all these thoughts fled her as she pelted down the tunnel towards her allies. Soon enough, she came leaping into the Grand Tavern, where she found the shades in chaos. Tagata was there, standing near the officers' tents near one end of the camp. In her arms she cradled the corpse of one of her captains, whose name Kaita could never remember. Mage light flared, and Kaita resumed her human form. "What happened?" she cried. "Tagata, are you hurt?" "I'm not," growled Tagata, "but they killed Harnell and Selnir." Harnell, that was it, thought Kaita. Who killed them, Tagata? But even as she asked the question, the answer came to her in a flash. She knew she was right when she saw the mounting fury in Tagata's gaze. "Mag and Albert," growled Tagata. "As I was resting, I received a message from the Lord. He told me they were here, now, slaying our kindred. Thank goodness I received word from him before they took more." A chill ran up Kaita's spine. If she had stayed and rested, as Tagata had urged, they might have found her. It might be her corpse in Tagata's arms right now. She wondered bitterly if the Lord would have foreseen that, and if he would have warned Tagata in time. But then again, she wished she had been there. Mag and Albern were alone, isolated from their allies. It would have been the perfect time. She had the mage stones, and she could have... if she still could. "Tagata," she said quickly, "when did they leave? I could still catch them while they are alone, and I have the..." "No, dear one," said Tagata softly. "Too much time has passed. They will nearly have returned to their allies now. I am sorry." "Dark, take them," growled Kaita. "Will I never get my chance?" "You will. Have faith. But for now there are more pressing matters." Tagata's expression grew grim. "They are going to bring the mystics down on us. Everyone is preparing to march, but we do not know where. If we go out the way we came, we will march straight into the mystics' blades. Have you found another exit?" "No," snarled Kaita. "Only paths farther down into the earth and the southern route." And the southern passage that leads right to... She stopped short as an idea struck her, and she could see the same thought reflected in Tagata's savage smile. "Ready to march," said Kaita. "We make for the south passage." Mag led the way back to Kuhn's camp, with Yue and I close behind. On the northeastern end of the camp, Chausuku still stood his sentry post. "Hail!" called Mag in the darkness. "3 rods! 3 rods!" called Chausuku. He had raised his bow at the sound of her voice, but now he lowered it again. Relief was plain in his expression as we crept up out of the darkness. "I'm glad to see you safe, sergeants. As are we," I said. "No trouble here while we were gone?" "None," said Chausuku. "No one seems to have noticed a thing." My mouth twisted. "That is well. But remember, do not lie on our account. If anyone asks you what happened tonight, you tell the truth. Do you hear?" Chausuku lifted his chin slightly. "I hear you, Sergeant." It was not truly an answer, but I decided to let it be. With any luck, he would not need to face such a choice at all. A campfire still burned at our end of the camp, where our tents were set up at the end of our squadron's lines. Mag made to walk straight past them, heading for Kuhn's tent. But a sudden shout stopped us all in our tracks. "Hail, sergeants!" We froze and then slowly turned. From the shadows between our tents stepped Kuhn. Behind him was Tu, a furious expression on his face. The captain's smile was as thin as new frozen ice. "And where, pray tell, have the 3 of you been?" he asked sweetly. Done! Oops. Mobi file, EPUB file. Ba-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-dum. Ba-da-ba-da-da-dum. Ba-da-ba-da-da-dum. Kyle betrayed me and then he lied, tried to hide, and I died deep inside. And you know the reason why. I'm gonna kick your ass from here to right over there. Oh yeah, motherfucker, I'm gonna kick your fucking derriere. Yeah, yeah. You broke the rules. Now I'll rip out all your pubic hair. We are over a week ahead. What is this magic? Okay, so not the 29th, but the 5th of June. It's the 5th of June, 5th of June. That's done. Episode 5 is fucking done and scheduled. Holy shit. Okay, y'all. That's it for me today. I did very well. 42 hours and 39. You're good. 42, yep, you're good. And you're good. Okay. 6 hours, 2,700 words, and a done episode. I'm very excited. You're done. Okay. I like this so far. This Pomodoro stiff. But now it is time for me to throw a host at somebody else's face. Whose face shall I fling the host directly towards? at unsafe speeds. Kai berries currently streams. I shall fling my host at her face. Go say hi to Kai berries for me. Totally awesome. Here's the storm streamer. Wish her a good day for me. I will be back tomorrow morning as we start to work on episode 6. This is very exciting, y'all. Man. All right. I will catch you then. Bye.
I was so worried that was going to take so much longer, but it actually wasn't bad.